May the peace of the Lord be with you all. As we bring to you the readings of today's Holy Mass, come, let us now listen to the Word of God. January 12, 2026. Monday of the first week in Ordinary Time.
A reading from the first book of Samuel. There was a certain man of Ramathaim, a Zuphite from the hill country of Ephraim, whose name was Elkanah son of Jeraham son of Elihu son of Tohu son of Zuph, an Ephraimite. He had 2 wives, the name of one was Hannah, and the name of the other Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah had no children. Now this man used to go up year by year from his town to worship and to sacrifice to the Lord of hosts at Shiloh, where the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were priests of the Lord. On the day when Elkanah sacrificed, he would give portions to his wife Peninnah and to all her sons and daughters, but to Hannah he gave a double portion, because he loved her, though the Lord had closed her womb. Her rival used to provoke her severely, to irritate her, because the Lord had closed her womb. So it went on year after year. As often as she went up to the house of the Lord, she used to provoke her. Therefore Hannah wept and would not eat. Her husband Elkanah said to her, "Hannah, why do you weep? Why do you not eat? Why is your heart sad? Am I not more to you than 10 sons?" The word of the Lord. Responsorial Psalm. The response is, "To you, Lord, I will offer a sacrifice of praise. What shall I return to the Lord for all his bounty to me? I will lift up the cup of salvation and call on the name of the Lord. To you, Lord, I will offer a sacrifice of praise. I will pay my vows to the Lord in the presence of all his people. Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his faithful ones. O Lord, I am your servant, the child of your serving maid. You have loosed my bonds. To you, Lord, I will offer a sacrifice of praise. I will pay my vows to the Lord in the presence of all his people, in the courts of the house of the Lord, in your midst, O Jerusalem. Praise the Lord. To you, Lord, I will offer a sacrifice of praise. The kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel."
A reading from the Holy Gospel, according to Mark. After John was arrested, Jesus came to Galilee, proclaiming the good news of God, and saying, "The time is fulfilled, and the kingdom of God has come near. Repent, and believe in the good news." As Jesus passed along the Sea of Galilee, he saw Simon and his brother Andrew casting a net into the lake, for they were fishermen. And Jesus said to them, "Follow me and I will make you fish for people." And immediately they left their nets and followed him. As he went a little farther, he saw James son of Zebedee and his brother John, who were in their boat mending the nets. Immediately he called them, and they left their father Zebedee in the boat with the hired men, and followed him. The Gospel of the Lord.
Hello, 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 everyone. Today is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad. Welcome to Jacko Clubs. Thank you all so much for being here. May God bless and keep us all, bring us all into eternal communion, and help us to always have a great time here at Jacko Clubs. I'm very excited to be back in the world of Tsushima. I know that when I was going live the last few streams, I mentioned that we had our RPG stream coming up, and then the next time was going to be Star Wars The Old Republic. Unfortunately, plans have changed. Not totally unfortunately. I mean, I love this game, and I love doing this series. It was just that Star Wars The Old Republic, it's been a minute, it's kind of on a rotation. But on some good news, our good buddy Federal had a date tonight come up, so we're very happy for him. We're wishing him the best. We're praying for him. It's great. You know, we're more than happy to let him take a little bit of a break, you know, from an unpaid gig to go out and have a date with hopefully a wonderful woman. I don't even know anything about it. He says very impromptu. He'll tell me about it after the fact. So hopefully we'll find out, and hopefully things go well. You know, praying for him, wishing the best. Jackson, it is fantastic to see you. Thank you so much for being back. Hope that you are doing well, my friends. I'm very excited about our stream tonight. We are on episode 16. We are already getting kind of near the end. It is somewhat of a sobering thing. Looks like this series is going to be about as long as the Skyrim series, which always makes these very intimate. You know, we remember, you know, where we were at the beginning of this. Remember, you know, kind of the friends we've made along the way. I love these RPG series. We will be back with SWTOR next week. And now with him, he's cheating already. Man, I know, right? This is, what was I thinking? Federal. We'll find out how it went. We'll find out how it goes. But and it's great to see you, Emma. Hope that you're doing well. Thank you for being here. Alrighty, I'm going to move over to the gameplay. I'm gonna get right into it. Thinking. I have not had much time to kind of update the scenes yet. That's probably going to be on. It's going to be a minute, because I try to carve out the time for that on those Thursdays where I don't stream. You know, really applied myself to get this done for the anniversary, but it was, you know, obviously kill me a little bit long term. And so I was going to need a minute. Some good news though is that they are doing so well on the new house that it's probably going to be done. The repair work that's happening, at least, not, you know, there's going to be more stuff after that, is going to be done within the next 3 weeks, most likely. So I'm going to get to go out there on Wednesday and help like pick out carpeting and wallpaper and stuff like that. So that's going to be really cool. Doing well. You're cranking up a stream game too. He is too much tonight. Heck yeah. For some of the season. Be for the next little bit until you have to dip. Sounds great. Thank you so much for being here, man. I'm gonna shoot a follow your way, Mr. Jackson. I do want to thank everyone, and especially it's kind of, I don't know why, like, we can hear it but we can't see it. What is going on, Tsushima? I'm just gonna task manager it and restart. What was I thinking? We had our first Insta reel pass. What was it? Pass 16,000. 16,000 views. We're over 150 followers now. We're getting a decent amount of comments, reposts, shares. It's a lot of fun. I'm so grateful to everyone who was a part of that. This happened during our last sim stream. It was either Emma or Gibbon that clipped this one. What is Are You Winning, Son? It's apparently very popular. Gibbon is very popular with the men of Instagram, oddly enough, which is both hilarious. You did? Thank you so much, Emma. Thank you so much. All right, it sounds like it's finally working, so I can hear it now before. Okay, I'm glad I didn't close it yet. You deserve the credit for that. I'm finding the comments to be immensely hilarious. Gibbon is a little bit uncomfortable, and I understand why, and we're glad of the other comments as well. But it is wild. We'll say that it is a wild situation developing. No worries, man. I feel you. I get you. I'm gonna follow your way right now. Obviously, I'm gonna be streaming for a bit. But when I'm done, if you are still streaming, I will absolutely check it out and What was I thinking? Maybe during halftime we can pop over and see how things are going. Show off your stream on mine, and I'll just send a raid or two afterward. Emma, this is a friend of mine, IRL, known for a while. But if you've not had a chance to check the Instagram comments, if you want a good laugh, I would recommend. I'm the goat. It's not even me. I spent. Oh my god, that's loud. All right, hold on. I spent over a year at this point working developing that, and she fucking cleared everything in a day, but we're very grateful. This is awesome to me. All right, this is all great, Ghost of Tsushima, but I don't need that much, you know? We'll leave this high. Slothy, it is great to see you. Been a minute, my man. How are you doing? I can finally hear things now. I put the channel points back up. Slothy, this is the new setup. I hope you like it, my friend. You have not been here since we adjust everything. I'm just checking this because every time... Yep, here we go. Every time we come back in here, everything's like all different again. You can see how bad it's running. You are a-okay, Slothy. I appreciate you. I do not mind. You're forgiven. It was, out of my head by the end of the night. It happens. It was just wanted to be very careful about that thing, and we needed to shut that down. And it was just, trying to level things out with some humor, but we're all good. I apologize for any offense, and know that I do love the Irish people and their country and care for their independence. If you don't know the context of that, this is a very wild conversation to be hearing about in post, but if you know, you know. If you know, you know. I think this will be good. How have you been since then, my friend? Give me 1 second. Every time I touch, we get this feeling. Every time I get by myself. And there we go. There. Yep, we're good. Cool. Yeah, that happens, Slothy. It's very mature of you to, realize that and appreciate that. So obviously it's gonna be a little complicated to get out of here. We came down here for a duel, and we might just have drowned ourselves in the process. Mochi, it is great to see you. Hello, how are you? Thank you for being here. Let me check. I just gotta keep an eye on the game audio. I want to turn Spotify up a little bit. How are you doing, my friend? I know you're at work, Mochi. How are things going with that? Okay, things should be fine on your guys' end. The water is so loud for me. Oh my goodness. And Jin is spazzing out. Come on. Come on, buddy. Up the rocks. There we go. Let's get away from this gosh darn waterfall. There we go. I just got done. Oop, hold on. That's fantastic, Slothy. Especially at your age to be doing those kind of deep considerations. Thinking about how you think is really like, it is one of the essences of maturity. Merc makes you want to scream. I am very sorry. Oh god. I suck. Where's my horse? Just hitting all the wrong buttons. That's what happens when you haven't played in a while, I suppose. It's probably been like a month since we played Tsushima, to be honest. Mochi, you should just tell everyone who comes in to watch Jekka clubs instead of, you know, patronizing your work, and then you'll be less busy and we'll get more views, and it works for everyone. Hold on. This shit. I don't think, are we on the playlist? That shouldn't be in the playlist. There we go. Hello, who's here? Hello? Where am I? It wasn't an uber political song, it's just about 9/11, but still, not something I kind of want on Twitch. Not really for this space. But more of a memorial song. Excuse me, gentlemen. Leave my horse alone, bitch. There we go. Can't find people because everyone's views are tinted, including our own. Yeah, I get you. You know, it's not about trying to not have emotions, it's learning what your emotions are and how to work with them and how to not let them govern you. You want to govern them. You want them to inform you. You just don't want them to control you. There's two different things. You want them to be a part of your decision making, but not the whole thing. That's how you avoid that tinted lens. But that lens is also important. That lens is you. And their lens is them. So it's important that you get to know them and not just see them, you know, assume that their motivations are devoid of that. A lot of people are governed by those things, but some not. It's a complicated thing. People are like the most complicated thing in the world. They're absolutely worth getting to, you know, figuring out. It is, and that's really like the meaning of life, but Sorry, Tina. But it's good to have you. This deep chats with stream as we watch a beautiful game and I eat ramen. One second. We're at 17.5K now. It's such a wild experience. Anyways, the Tina update is here, by the way. Okay. Eat your ramen, white boy. Hey. I mean, where's the lie? I will eat my ramen as a white boy with an Eastern culture appreciation. I gotta, you know, build myself back up after all those crunches, you know? I can love ramen. I honestly don't know how much they even eat ramen over there, especially, I mean, like, our store-bought ramen is probably very inaccurate to theirs, but I don't know. We have good relations with them. I think they appreciate our versions of their culture and vice versa. But what was I thinking? I have tea too. Tea and ramen. I've said it before. I'll say it again. It's my happy place. Very true, Slothy. Really, at the end of the day, like, you just gotta take a broader perspective. Do what, you know, seems the best for everyone. Act by a code, act by a set of principles, and let your behavior be kind of self-defined. Apply it, you know. You want to be personal, think about them when you can, but when you can't, just do your best to be good. That's all any of us can do. And hope for the best, assume the best. Assume good intentions, assume love, because at the end of the, I mean, care is what defines all of human actions. All we ever do is we do the things that we care about. And that's always well-intentioned. Sometimes it's misguided, but the way in which we go about, you know, providing for those cares can be misguided, but this is new to me. Oh boy. Ramen and not ramen. I mean, I actually don't know what's like the technical pronunciation that would be. Oh, they're hello, sir. Oh, okay. I don't want to explode, bro. Have fun. What the fuck? All right. That was wild. All right. Okay. I need to like take restock on like what are my special abilities. All right. How's the music? That felt loud, but I think it should be fine for y'all. Alright, that's the Dance of Wrath. B plus left click is that. Alright. So that's the new thing I have. We're good. I think I'll figure out the rest as we go. We have a duel coming up too. Like, that's where we're going. So that's gonna be... Fuck, I keep just throwing those things. I know... Like, F, G, and H... I'm gonna blame a lot of things today on the new keyboard. I haven't played Tsushima on this keyboard yet, and everything's like pushed over one because the macro keys are on the left side. And so, like, I'm used to escape, for example, being the top left. It's not in the top left anymore. There's another key over there, and so I'll miss it sometimes. Alt, Control, same thing. I'll hit G6. G6 in Windows. Does that make it now my fault? No, but, you know. That's interesting. To me, anyways. And here we go. Slothy, life is as much a journey of self-discovery as it is anything else. Alright. This is where we're gonna relearn everything by fighting this dude and possibly getting our butt kicked many times over. Look at that. Talk about caked up. That Jing cake right there. Fucking fuck. Okay. Alright. Restart everything. I meant for this to be a PG-13 stream. Plus, I also meant to not get my butt kicked. Alright, bro. I have no resolve. That's really what worries me right now. Fudge. Let him take me. All we can do is our best though, Slothy, and we have to trust that that's good enough. The noblest of goals. Read today's Instagram post, Slothy. I think you'll find some good insights on that. We're going to talk a lot about that during our halftime show, especially this being the beginning of ordinary time again, transitioning to a new season where that's very critical to what it is and where we are, and the pieces amongst the most paramount virtues, and to an extent it can be understood as, you know, this summation of all. It's what one achieves when one lives in the virtues to the best of their ability. Because virtue is not simply a matter of action, but it's also a matter of mind, and it's a matter of heart. Fuck. Sorry, fudge. Okay, it's been a minute since I've done this. Either thing. Alright, the game's giving me it's giving me a bone. It gave me a resolve. Thank you, Slothy. We're trying. I mean, it's not that I consider a non-virtuous thing. You know, it's a reason I was in the habit for the longest time. Like, I did not drop a single swear word at Paris frickin' Island. You know, it was not a discipline problem for me. It was just at some point I realized that it was kind of an unnecessary boundary for myself. It is something that made people who I knew who wanted to come that way kind of uncomfortable because it didn't quite make sense to them. And I, you know, while to me it, you know, is a matter of comfortability to them, you know, they didn't want and they didn't need that extra burden, and I lapped on everything else. And it's not, I don't think, in my opinion, a necessary thing. I don't think it's intrinsically immoral in all cases. I obviously do it, and so I do it for a reason, but I want there to be a space for people who are not comfortable with that, or made uncomfortable, or, you know, kids, for example. I want them to be able to be here and be comfortable. So I'm working on rebuilding that muscle. It's been a minute since I've really been around anyone who needs that. I need to turn my space heater off. I'll be right back. It's like just right over there. I'm just gonna pause. It keeps giving me like more resolve every time. Normally I have a problem with that. Like, I don't like to take the handouts, but for all intents and purposes, I should have had a complete resolve going into this, so. Come on, buddy. Oh, how'd you get through that? My perfect defense. Fuck. It's okay. It's just my back. Like, I don't take it sometimes as seriously as I ought to. Or just like, there are times like that, you know, where I have to do normal workouts. I can't like baby it my entire life. And so, you know, I'll do other stuff, but between moving and not sleeping a lot and all the, you know, redeems I've done of it recently, like it's killing me. It's killing my ability to focus. It's killing, you know, everything. The arthritis is really flamed up, so on and so forth. So just want to play it safe for a little bit. Yeah, Yankee, but we've taken a bite of ramen. The arthritis is permanent. The fracture is not. Thank you, Slathia. I very deeply appreciate that. What was I thinking? When you talk about peace, you know, at least with the arthritis, I'm at peace with it. I don't mind pain. Pain I can deal with. Or, you know, stuff that bugs me, gets to me, you know, is a hazard to my peace. I would not say it's conquered, but definitely, you know, tries it, is the lack of ability. I hate, you know, wanting to do stuff and be stuff for people and not being able to. That's a hard thing, especially when you know that you are in a, you know, natural form of you, very capable of doing so. But then, you know, you have a modifier that kind of, using gaming talk about real life shit, but whatever. It's tough, but we're getting through it, and hopefully, you know, once the fracture heals and it's just pain, that'll be great. Because, you know, pain is something we can offer for people, and we can offer for ourselves. It keeps you humble, it keeps you going, keeps you strong, and it's a permanent prayer. You know, St. Paul says, "Pray always." We know that we can offer pain for prayer, so it's just the ability to be complete in that, and you know, be a kind of a constant fountain of grace in that sense. That's true. It's not that, you know, I ever feel pressured. You know, it's not, the okayness, I guess, is not trouble with me being okay, like them not wanting things from, or, you know, them being okay with me not doing it for them. The question, the lack of peace comes from not being confident in them being okay, you know, but still have to be. You know, the same principle applies of not, you know, saying no to, being okay with saying no to others' plans, just for a different, coming around from a different side. You have to, you know, feel confident in them and in life that, you know, it'll get figured out and it'll be okay. I gotta rest, but also, like, you gotta hustle to live. It's really no way around it. Not only by the world's limitations, but by my own, you know, like, I just, to a degree, you know, it can be just as wearing and strenuous to have to sit and do nothing. That's true. Amen. You can't get through life without it. And that includes trust with above and just trust in the, you know, the way the world works, kind of the natural order. Everything does work out in the end, both by, you know, by the grace of God, both instilled in just the way He made the world and through, you know, entering into it every now and again to make sure that stays that way. And then, of course, in people. People are great. Come on. That was cinematic, at least. Jack, GoFundMe. We were fine. It's not a money issue. I guess, yeah, I get what you mean in terms of, like, money to just exist so I can rest instead of working. But like I said, I don't want to not work. Like, at that point, I'm not me. My work is a part of who I am. I love the things that I do, and I love the people that I do it with. And it'd be just, you know, stress is the thing that worries you down the most. And that would be, you know, almost more stress than the work itself. I just happen to be separated from those people and from those things, so. It's a common problem. The need to work oneself to death. My grandfather, I know, was, you know, working outside to the day they died. Sometimes you just can't turn it off. And so to be at peace with that. Man lived to 80 something. Keeps you healthy in the some way. The unfortunate reality is that there is no absolute that can fix it, you know? There's no, like, oh, completely turn it off for a while and then come back. It's just you have to do the really difficult, hard work of finding the way to balance those two things in your life at the same time. Absolutely, Slothy. Sometimes there's just no way around it. You just have to go through it. We're doing okay. I'm grateful to have you guys along as part of the journey. Kanatomo! I'm focusing too much on breaking his guard when he really... Maneuverability, I think, is going to be key here. He leaves so many openings. There we go. Now we have a chance to break his guard. Still, it's really he's a very strong guard. I didn't hit that perfect parry there. That's bad. I guess Sentry owes me one, Tina. We got close. Close as we've gotten yet. So we've learned how it works. We learned what we gotta do. We really have to, like, maneuverability is gonna be king here. We cannot break this guy's guard. It is so difficult. It's almost not worth trying. It's all gonna be blocking. If it would let me block. He's slow to turn. He's very tanky for a strong knight, really. He's a tank of discipline rather than armor, which I very much so respect. Like, be able to hold his guard that well. I know, right? I appreciate you. Throwback. It's funny, I was talking to my physical therapist all about Boy Scouts today. I don't know kind of exactly how it came up, but it was a fun discussion and trip down memory lane. Probably about remembering like who you are kind of shit. This is a song like I learned from riding in like my Scoutmaster's car on the way to campouts. Oh, thank you, Tina. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's the normal stuff. It's the arthritis and the fracture. I just I don't want to get rid of the redeem, and I don't, I want to be able to just like bring it back the next stream. I didn't want to do all the stream element stuff, so this gives, lets people know what's up and why it's up. It doesn't just disappear. Don't make anyone feel bad out of it. It's not like it wasn't the crunches that broke me. It's just that they didn't break me. It's just that they brought me to the breaking point, so to speak, and that's okay. I mean, like that helped me. It's gonna help me get stronger and recover from that. Like, it's a good workout, and I definitely love doing it. Also, I would have put a stop on it if it was really an issue at the time, but no! Oh my god, I had one resolve left. I wanted to use it on that. Don't choke, Jack. The crunches shall perish. Come on, block. Hit all the blocks. He's gonna run out. I vibe so much just listening to this music and looking at this game. I get you, Slathi. I know what you mean. Where is it? There we go. Got you. I'm not familiar with Sekiro, unfortunately, but must be a pretty game if it's like this. And a good one if you know, something that comes to your mind. I feel you. It happens to the best of us, Slothy. Nice try, that's... Ah, fuck. Last one he wasn't too bad. What the fuck? Stay for another hour? Thank you, Slothy. Now, I love this music while burning people alive. That's very fitting. I still need to do the Miku cosplay. Miku, in your Wi-Fi. Miku, Miku, ooh, Miku, Miku, ooh, Miku, Miku, ooh, Miku, ooh. Yeah, Gibbon got inspired by Baby No Money and wanted me to do the same thing. Miku, Miku. Because of you. Miku, Miku, ooh, thinking murder, murder, ooh, Miku, Miku, thinking Miku, ooh. Goat monk. Gotta be clues somewhere. I am not. I am not slothy. Gotta make sure it gets back there. Well, I can fast shower that gate, so... Wait. Can I? Alright. Go back that way after this. Nothing but me. Tell me what. And I wanna eat. Send me the song's name. I can play it on Spotify. I can play it on here, you know? I can't imagine how bad my singing must be with me not being able to hear myself with these and not at all just me being warmed up, but it's just called High Ren. After this song, I'll put it on. Hope I'm not torturing y'all. I really talk about something I haven't been able to really do since the back thing. Of all things, like you wouldn't think singing would be that much of a big deal with it, but so much of singing is like breath and posture and such. Because I'm not a natural talent. Like everything that I got to the point where I was able to do cool stuff with my voice. Like I was chosen for solos and things in choir and stuff like that. That was great. But it was all science, you know. It was all figuring out what worked with the voice and thinking through it all. Like there was passion behind it, which is, you know, why the science was able to work. I was able to use that, but like, no, I can't. Like I'm embarrassed to sing with a choir. If I do, I sing in the background. Like I'm not doing a solo, because I just like I can't, and that breaks my heart. But we move on. It is what it is. The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. And more often than not, he gives it back. So it'll come and go. Something I missed for a long time with a head injury. I've experienced having it and then not having it. And so we will, you know, just find a way to get it back later. So wouldn't care if I sounded like a screeching rat. Well, I appreciate that. A lot of singing is just having fun. Oh, this is a good song. I mean, this whole playlist is fire, but we will throw High Ren on. I'm excited. Toads! Anywho. Where am I going, bro? There's a left and a right. The right is toads. The left there are not toads. Why would there be a toadless area? I must explore this. We're looking for evil. Evil is to be found where toes are not. That's just science. Oops. It's fine, Slothy. Don't worry about it. Well, this kind of thing is, it's part of the art. It's like, at that point, it's like apologizing to being, violence or anything else in art. Like, it's a part of life. It's far different than just, like, Callus doing it because, kind of undisciplined, degenerate self-expression. Where's this duel, bro? Wait, no, that's not where I want to go. Oops. He's down. Okay. Heck yeah. Let's see what I can do in terms of what was I thinking? I'm gonna add that to my playlist as well. 1 second here. Oh man, me over here passing 600 songs on just like my favorites playlist, but I want to use it like I have a stream playlist for stuff too, so. There's itself of 546 songs. No, we want to mix. Hey, Toddy boy. Yes, I'm gonna give my thoughts on the song as we go. Do my best. Obviously, like you said, it's a very deep song. A lot of things in there. Things that really resonate. Things that I think there's answers to that he doesn't quite provide. But it's cool to see the journey. And the journey is the most important thing. There he is. Perhaps it'll be an honor to meet you as well. What was I thinking? Do I like the song though? I love the song. I love that. I mean, that's really, talk about art. Like that's, you need the other kind of music, of course. And also the other kind of music does what is most important. The other kind of music speaks to, doesn't necessarily so much speak to anything as much as it implants things. It creates, it fosters the good feelings within us. But there's songs like that that we need to help, like High Ren, that help us to process those kind of things and help us to refine our thoughts. And really, you know, it's a biblical concept. It's just a practical and common sense concept. It is a psychological concept that we think with our hearts, not just with our minds. And so it is important that we foster that ability and have things that help us to do so. And I think High Ren seems like a great song for doing that, confronting kind of the id, as Sigmund Freud would put it, the part of, or the shadow, as Carl Jung would say, the part of us that that is not in line with who we are, our self-perception, or at least who we want to be, and kind of our primary self, but also we cannot get rid of, because it is a part of us. We just can't reconcile with it. We don't understand it. We don't know where it came from. We don't know where it goes. And obviously, you know, being a Christian, I believe that's a composite thing. I think there's some parts of that that's going to be actually you, other parts that are going to be an outside force. And even in psychology, we recognize that there is parts of, you know, each of, you know, both one's self-perception, kind of one's ego, it would be called in a technical term, not like the prerogative, pejorative. Like it's not a negative thing. It's just like it's a term for who you think that, you know, who you are in your own estimation, not just like in terms of like worth of recognition or anything like that, but just like matter of fact, who are you? What do you want? So on and so forth. And all of those things there, you know, from that to the negative side of you, there's parts that come from outside sources, whether you believe any of those to be, you know, super preternatural or simply like other people around you contribute to those feelings and such. So it is important to be very aware of that, but he focuses on that struggle, and I don't love his answer. I don't love that his answer is running away. I don't love that his answer is defining himself as something else, and saying that he can overcome all of that because, you know, we were made to struggle, made to try, made to be tempted, made to be not perfect. To a degree, that's true, and all of that, but I think that the journey of life is learning how to, you know, how to make peace, not how to conquer in that regard. Because those are parts of you, you know, those are parts of your heart that deserve listened to, that have, you know, spent the longest amount of time being neglected, being hurt, being scarred, being disregarded, being twisted. So they're most deeply and intimately in need. And they always have valuable information, even in the corrupted form, can teach us things about ourselves, inform us in making decisions that are valuable, and not to be, you know, you are Ren in both senses, and you don't want to separate yourself from that other person. You shouldn't want to. So that's kind of my piece on it. I do love that it confronts that, and I love a lot of his attitude about his understanding of who he is and how he's able to get away with that. Dance with the bad and be at peace. Yeah. I think, though, that to the extent it, you know, one has to realize that it's not bad. There are things that are bad. There are things that are temptations. Like, the thing we don't want to do is give into the disorder, is to recognize the disorder as who we are is deeper than the form that we are. It includes our potential and the things that will ultimately fulfill us. Ought to be massive parts of our self-definition. The broken, twisted form of you, it's a version of you, and it is you, but it's you in an unhealthy state. It is not. It shouldn't define you. You shouldn't like want to live according to that version of you. So yeah, I recognize that those things are temptations, but you have to realize that those temptations are coming from genuine good desires. You know, he makes a reference to being, you know, the snake in the garden. You know, the snake in the garden got nothing right? Like, that is not when I say that, you know, there's valuable stuff in the darkness, or you want to be at peace with that or dance with it. I mean, you kind of do. As part of the journey, there's a nobility and a glory in that, and, you know, fulfillment in that regard. But what was I thinking? That is obviously not good, but, you know, how does that snake get away with it? He plays on a naturally good desire that hasn't been satisfied yet in another way, even though it's intended to be satisfied and will be satisfied in a more fulfilling way. With patience, he gets them to skip that step and to do something they shouldn't do. So, all I have to say, though, great song, and also just very well constructed. Hope this man finds true honor in his next life indeed. Now it is time to face the man responsible for this. Musician in Muji Cove. Okay. Don't forget where you belong. It's a nice song to be coming on with this. Turn this thing, then head over to Emoji Cove. Yeah, we're all fated to have that struggle. Jay is streaming. Heck yeah. That's beautiful. It's super, like, it's authentic. A lot of that art is just like, and it is a skill. It requires effort. You know, these kind of things, they choke us. They choke us out. They try to force a definition upon us. It's hard to be able to step out and to fully analyze and appreciate the situation that you're in, you know? And you're trying to solve it. And it's hard, you know, it's hard to paint it. That's always a difficult thing. So that's really what makes artists, that's the job, that's the struggle of the artist. And I have mad respect for that. I just realized you guys can like really powerfully hear me slurping away, and I'm sorry for that. My bad. So I'm just gonna see kind of the middle ground between that, because yeah, the guy stole up. I think a part that, you know, I didn't necessarily address directly is that I don't. It's not like he just prevented. Like if you wanted, what was I thinking? If you were just out for your own interests, like there's no reason you want to give up the statue. It's like, hey, that's where it was, and then you go and you restart your life a different way. Maybe you just, you know, have so much hatred in your heart, you're done with the world. You choose to do it, but there's a lot of suffering to endure for that sake. So you could think of it, you know, the man was desperate enough to have to do that, but he didn't want to desecrate it. He wanted to just get what he needed out of selling it, but he didn't want it to, you know, go into hands that are going to treat it poorly or anything like that. He had some self-respect and respect for what is, you know, good, true, and beautiful. And so it kind of ended up somewhere in between. Wonder what Hitler's life was like? I mean, it's a very interesting question, and we have a lot of answers to a degree. Probably a lot like a lot of other people's lives like that. I mean, you see a lot of the dictators in that time. You think of like Mao Zedong, Joseph Stalin, probably like very concretely psychopaths. Like they send their kids out to die in the wars that they're fighting, and they're not even like, their kids, I don't think, are even like given officer training, or they're not given special treatment. It's like, go die, and they just don't care. which, to be fair, I mean, there's a fairness to that. Excuse me, but there's also, you know, some precedent to the fact that, like, if you're raised close to power, you have a better understanding than someone raised far from it. There's some value in at least giving you like officer training, but they also obviously, you know, kill millions, tens of millions of people. Those Hitler did, you know, very similar things, but we know, it feels like at least feels like we know a lot more about his childhood and so on and so forth. And he ends up being a lot more complicated man, more of a psychopath. You know, still a psychopath, still, you know, evil, did horrible things. But it's a fascinating story of how one ends up that way, because it's more by nurture than nature. You see a little bit of it, but, you know, abused by their father, hung at, you know, goes into war. Obviously still, you know, gets medals for heroism, willing to die for another person is a pretty, you know, incredible step from that, where there's clearly no reward. It's not like he's doing it jockeying for political power. It was like a basic private, willing to do that, to being willing to engage in all the things that he did is a pretty drastic difference. And it shows just how, you know, broken life can make a man, and why it's so important that, you know, I love that Hiren said, like, hey, my name is Hope. Like, hope is the most important thing when you give up on it. And start to give way to a moral means of obtaining goods, things go very awry, and you start to become at the center of it. Yeah, you know, he obviously, what was I thinking, ends up being massively corrupted, all sorts of bad ideologies and drugs and all sorts of things leads to where he inevitably ends up. I mean, it's losing the war, the Treaty of Versailles, being stuck in that poverty. People make jokes about the not getting to art school, but like a lot of that is, you know, was common sentiment at the time. If you look at, you know, the rise of communism, socialism generally, is this, you know, is the class distinctions and such that, you know, keep people down. So he sees that, you know, preventing him, kind of this nepotism from getting into stuff like art school, you know, bad relationship with his father, his country that he loved and fought for, you know, instead of, you know, being just someone just like anyone else in that war, was just fighting on the behalf of an ally. He got totally just, you know, all basically, you know, the political version of rape happened, you know, World War I. Everyone agrees that that's really what caused World War II, was the Treaty of Versailles. As much as you know, ought to blame the Nazis for the awful, horrible things that they did. Like, it doesn't happen without the way Germany was treated. So it's that. Is seeing the problems that, you know, were very real problems, both internally and externally, because of the Treaty of Versailles, but also the cultural stuff, all that stuff. You know, it's immense blackpilling, I think, and then you put literal, you know, pills in there, meth and shit. Yeah, and it's important to humanize these people. You know, to ask yourself, like, how does Mao become Mao? How does Stalin become Stalin? How has Hitler become Hitler? Because it, you know, the scary thing is any of us could end up that way. And, you know, he was a nobody. You could be a nobody and go on to do awful, horrible things on a massive scale or a minor scale. And so it's important to study and think about those people, and how they got there. Very likely, and very possibly possessed at some point even. And could go for any of them. And I mean, there's, you know, possession we don't believe to be like we do believe possession to be the person's fault. You know, you don't get possessed without you know, consenting to it. Possession isn't something that can happen to you without you being a part of it. It's very true. We're all capable of that. Confidently doing something horrible believing ourselves to be right. And that's where the, the dance, the piece with the dancing with the bag comes in. And the trust that it all works out. The best thing you can do is just walk forward confidently. But be open. You have to be open to realizing where you are, to meeting that resistance, asking yourself, why does this resistance exist? But, there is wisdom too, drilled into me from a young age. It very much applies. Talk about art making. If you're going to make a mistake, make it confident. Because a confident mistake, you can clearly see what it was and why you did it, and so on and so forth. If you engage in half measures, everything becomes too muddy to ever really figure out. Which one was I thinking? I was thinking about getting this. I kind of like this. It's 2 a.m. I'm going to have to go to sleep now. You have 5 hours of sleep. Heck yeah, man. Sleep's super important. Get some good rest. Thank you so much for coming out. Always love having you. God bless, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm under 4 hours right now. I'm at about, I'm struggling on sleep myself, so I wish you the best. Oops, I accidentally clipped a bunch of stuff. Yo, mainstreaming. I'll have to head out over there after. Maybe I'll raid her. Ah, 2 people I can raid. See if Jackson's still streaming. I have raided Emma before. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm praying for you too. Just not often we get to raid Emma, because often it's not often we're streaming at the same time. I don't need him to not, I'm not going to kill him by tiring him out. I'm just going to kill him. One second here. Where is it? Show me. Just trying to pull up Jay's stream on my phone and give him a lurk. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna like lurk on Jay's stream, Ray Jackson's stream, and hang out on Emma's stream afterwards. And that'll be my spreading my spirit for today. Bread! Well, hello there, my friend. How are you doing? Appreciate you, you know, coming over here for a minute. Always a pleasure to see you over on Main's channel, but we are glad to have you. How are you doing today? Not quite ready for that. Gotta see what's up over here. Well, thank you. Yeah, very much so. Emma produced a lot of this stuff. Like, you look at the boxes down, or the middle box is, you know, came with this set, but the webcam box, the music and Bible are in, those are all edited by Emma. She taught me how to use the Stream Elements stuff, like the chat. I was just using some like random third party instead of Stream Elements. She taught me so much. This is not the only scene, of course, but I'm glad you're doing well. That's awesome, man. Very, very good. We are currently finishing up a mission to, what was I thinking? Alright, just get that out of here. Finishing up a mission to kind of got some hours with that type sheet. Oh, absolutely. I'm very grateful because I know like that's something she probably had to learn mostly herself. And I got kind of the cheat code. He just kind of handed it over to me, so I'm very grateful for that. Very, very grateful. What was I thinking? We're going here. So I don't know how much you know about this game. Tsushima is an island off the coast of Japan. We were one of many samurai involved in the initial battle. Most died. We survived, kind of started fighting back with stealth tactics. It became a whole drama thing. For a while we fought with, you know, we had freed the lord of the island and we fought with him. We got reinforcements from Japan. All that has happened so far. But then there's a conflict. Basically, the moral conflict of the game is the ethics of, you know, killing an enemy, you know, from the back, you know, stabbing someone in the back, shooting someone with a dart instead of just clashing with them head on. Is that too dishonorable, or is it, you know, worth doing when the situation needs? And so the main character is obviously on the side of stealth. He's the ghost. But, you know, he has to deal with that and how it affects his relationships and so on and so forth. Right now, you know, the Mongols have invaded the island, which, you know, the Mongols have made several attempts to invade Japan in history. A lot of people don't know that. Most of the fleets got wiped out by typhoons. But even those, you know, not all the ships, you know, died. So some made, you know, there are plenty of times where the Mongols actually kind of made landfall on Japanese territory. And Tsushima itself does actually get invaded at some point. So it's somewhat of a true story element to it. There are groups of people called Ronin, who are Japanese, but are like lower class. They aren't samurai, but they are warriors. And so they, you know, have an option to either join us or join the Mongols. And though they're with us for a while, they end up betraying us and then joining the Mongols. Right now I'm dueling, like, I'm doing a battle against basically a lot of there's a group of like really 6 of the best basically have set out to kill me specifically. We're just watching a bear chuck these guys around. I'm gonna let the Mongols have fun with this, really. It's kind of their problem. So I get the bear hides and the world gets 2 dead Mongols. You're alive? That's a lot of fun. It's, you know, the combat's a lot like Dark Souls and such. What we do here is we kind of just, we vibe, we play video games. I do all sorts of stuff. Mondays are RPG days. So I'm sitting here playing through Ghost of Tsushima. We got the Spotify set up the way Emma taught me. Over on the side there. We have over on that side. Nope, that side. There we go. I have a halftime show. Or kind of hang out, talk to chat, react to stuff, talk about Jesus, all sorts of fun stuff. And then got Sims on Fridays. I do. Every Friday's a Sims. Tuesdays are kind of community game nights, playing with other people. Thursdays, we do a Thursday stream every other week, and those are usually like tier lists, stuff like that. Sometimes we'll be picking up another, game night. That's kind of flexible. Do some Saturdays every now and again. We had our big stream last Saturday, was our anniversary, our affiliate anniversary. That's kind of where we debuted all of these overlays and such. I can see where we're going now. Man's hiding amongst the Buddhas. He Buddha be dead. He a Buddha be dead, I should say. Oh, come on. That wasn't that far. I'm worried about the amount of resolve I have. I don't know why I have so little. Thank you so much for the follow, Brad. Welcome to the club. Heck yeah. 230. Look at that. We met a goal too. Thank you so much, man. I am immensely grateful. In the Sims world, Emma is in that Sims game. Her sim is there. So she's always there with us hanging out. Oh, he's hiding back there. Interesting. He's like behind the waterfall. Do any of you monks have something to like increase my resolve? Heck yeah. Well, God bless you, my friend. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for the follow. Enjoy the, have a good night and like enjoy the games. Appreciate the lurk. Send Emma my regards. Thank you so much again. Alrighty. I know where I want to go. But do I have the resolve to do it? I feel like fast travel usually fixes it. So if I just fast travel to where I already am. Nope. I don't know why that game's being so laggy today.
戦い陣待ちわびたぞ。幾千もの人を切ってきた。幾年ぶりに胸躍る戦いだったぞ。 の人を切ってきた。どれも皆思い出よ。修羅でもクロードでもない、ただの人だ。幾千もの人を切ってきた。皆思い出よ。 程度だったとはな。シュラでもクロードでもない、ただの人だ。幾千もの人を切ってきた。甘美な思い出よ。この程度だったとはシュラでもクロードでもない、ただの人だ。幾千もの人を切ってきた。
Oh my god. How long was it muted for? I am so upset. Alright. Man. Well, anyways, how was your stream? I was talking about how stream can, you know, mess that kind of stuff up very easily because it obviously requires a lot to put it out, which causes lag. You're already kind of dealing with a different kind of mental lag and watching chat. You know, so if you're trying to do something pro and you want to be there for your team, you don't want to be focused, you know, so much on the chat, but then you don't want to ignore the chat. It creates kind of an awkward situation sometimes. But I still hope that you had fun. I was asking, you know, how'd that go? Get a lot of viewers, get a lot of wins. A little bit quiet compared to the game volume. Okay. That we can fix easily. So I am facing now the last of kind of these samurai duels in this, you know, big 6 of the Ronin. This is the guy who's kind of at the top of it all. I was talking about how cool it was that they characterized him the way that they did. You know, it's a story-driven game. You learn a lot through cutscenes, but in his case, you know, you don't get a lot of that. And I love that you don't, because he's a duel-based character. You're really like, so much of what I've learned of him has been simply through this fight and through the dialogue. Of all things, when you lose, you know, how his executions, how he decides to kill you, what he says, how he responds after he says it. I was hitting Q, but his dialogue throughout, you learn about a broken man who's kind of like on the end of his rope, who realized that he has the ability to fight back with, or like fight for himself, fight for the things that he loves. Fucking games, dumbass. Wouldn't let me back away. Anywho, sorry, we're just gonna lose that one. That one doesn't count. So the game characterizes him in this really interesting way, where, what was I thinking? I was talking about it because, you know, there's one where he's calling me a disappointment and he killed me quickly. Because, especially in Japanese culture, like, that's the worst thing that can happen to someone, is a sin against themselves, against their potential. And so that requires mercy. So it shows, like, a care in him for the other person. You know, he talks about enjoying the kill, enjoying the winning. It's not enjoying the suffering of the other person. There's a time in which he kills you, and his death line instead is not a ghost, not a demon, just a human. Just a man, and he lets you sit with that for a while before he kills you. Sometimes he even lets you bleed out, to kind of appreciate that fact that he's not just like a mindless killer. But his life has become defined by this. And so he's had to learn to love what he does because it's all that he has. He can't hate his entire life. And there is, you know, there's a virtue to enjoying success and so on and so forth. And even some Schadenfreude. But yeah, I think it's really cool. All right, come on, buddy. Kill me quickly. Won the match 13 rounds to 9. First to 13 wins. 1-0 on the season. If I can get away from this guy for a minute, I will adjust the mic volume. Come on, Jen. I hate that I can't redirect that. Once I get it set up, just move and he's out of it. What the fuck, Jin? Bro, come on. Don't cheese me out of a win at the very end. This is so bullshit. All the things that I've been able to dodge this entire time all of a sudden become undodgeable attacks. Fucking heck. I love how it's like every other word is a proper swear word and the other one's like a toned down version. Fucking hey. See, how does his strikes do that much damage? I lose a third of my health every hit I make. Is the demon armor.
の人を切ってきた。思い出よ。
You stupid fucking thing. I should be able to block it. There is an ability to do it. It's Q. I do it every freaking time. I hit that useless stupid button and it never works. Yes, I know it's a timing thing. I would absolutely contest my timing has been fine. At least more, you know, even if it's not perfect, it's definitely more than it's given me. What am I supposed to do about that? You can't block it. You can't dodge it. Deo gratias. Great to see you. As much as I am infuriated by its mechanics from time to time, it is a wonderful game. I've had a lot of fun dissecting it. The stream, how are you doing, my friend Jorb? It is always a great pleasure to see you, my friend. God bless you. And let's see on everything I've been complaining about too. Like, this is, yeah. This is like supposed to be one of the hardest boss fights in the game, especially because like he's a dueling master. A lot of the other people, I think of even the Khan, like is supposed to be, like he's the big bad in terms of like he's the boss man. He's the brains. This guy's only like only existence is this shit. Like, what the fuck is that? What am I supposed to do about that? The game just decides that I'm going that way now. I'm pointing at him. I'm going that way now, though. And then I go by him, and he turn. There's nothing I can do. I hit all the right controls. Like, what? All right, that's infuriating. Sure, the company, the fact that I'm not alone, and the fact that this guy is very aggravating does help me quite a bit. I'm grateful. What's been up with you? I dodged that. Why does he get to auto-direct to where I'm going, and I have to fucking go off into the wild blue yonder? That is a fantastic dream, Jorb. That is the way most people have done it, civilization, since like the beginning of time. What was I thinking? Like it's a wonderful, it's a beautiful thing, and I absolutely encourage people to do that. Like it's a super important thing to like. You know, it's not like you're not exposing them to outside forces, but it's just like picking who your neighbors is. Like the neighborhood is such an important thing. And we've talked a lot on this stream about the power of like confident mistakes. Like there are always going to be things you don't know. but you want to be like sure of where you are at least. And so like giving them, instead of giving them a bajillion mixed messages, let your kids grow up and like the identity that the parents have set for them, let them grow up in that way. And, you know, from that place of strength and security, grow out and go into the world. I'm a massive proponent of that. I'm a proponent of, you know, just being surrounded by like-minded people who feel the same way about you. And I also believe like it's just possible to get right. Like obviously I love it because I'm a Catholic. I love, you know, what you're doing. I think that you're more likely to get them to heaven. And yeah, absolutely. And it's not designed to be alone. Like the idea, as at least any good religion, you know, is not just about the person and about God. It is about the other people around them too. The flip side, it requires the people around you. It is not something we can do alone. It requires a sense of trust and reliance upon other people, not because we rely on them instead of God, but because we rely on God in them. And knowing that God chooses to come to us through them. And to build our relationships with him and with others through that and with his creation. What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? I can't, like the lag is so bad I can't even move. The worst part about it too, like flashing back to when Sentry, I helped him with a boss fight in his stream. Like there are times where it just doesn't make sense that the power dynamic would be this way, you know? Like it's not, my armor is nowhere near, you know, being that much worse than his, that he should have that much more health than me. Or that he should be that much better than me, and a lot of these things. Just kill me, bro. Just kill me. So you suck. You know, that's, I mean, that's the whole tailorness thing, Jorb. Better to suffer together than to be happy alone. Yes, I did see that, Zealous. Enjoy. Thank you for the lurk. That's awesome, Jorb. Yep. Trying to be nice to my new equipment that I got for Christmas. Not slamming it too much. What the fuck, bro? See, like that, it makes no sense. It shouldn't even, like, if directionality should not be a thing. I am totally against that. It should auto-lock on your opponent. It makes no sense that I'm just, like, freaking dodging into his strike. And if there is going to be directionality, at least make it controllable. Like, it feels more like I'm trying to... See, like that. Why was I going over there? Like, if there's going to be directionality, at least let me control it. I have to guess where Jin's gonna go and try to adapt around that. Like, I'm not just playing against the guy, I'm playing against my own 2 feet. Except it's harder to figure me out than it is to figure him out. I'm just giving up. Yawn. What in the world, Jin? What in the world are you doing?
の人を切ってきた。甘美な思い出。
How does he do that? Why is he able to do that? Why is he able to do that? Why does he get 3 off when I'm doing the same thing? I'm doing the same thing. I start my attack before he starts his, and his gets to go through before mine. Because the game likes their fancy bullshit. And why am I not getting extra resolve for breaking his guard? That's also so dumb to me. Resolve, like that should of course give you resolve. So bullshit. I dodged that. There's no... Why is there an undodgeable strike? I am so mad about it. What? Ugh! Praise be Jesus. Anyone in chat who bet it would take more than 10 tries, you are absolutely right. I've been trying since I spawned in to V right click, and that... Oh, there it goes. I'm glad I finally registered. My hands were down here. It's so dumb. At least hurry it up, man. I don't know what the fuck that was. You saw how long I was standing there before he decided to attack. You saw me lunge forward as he was coming. There's nothing, there's no mechanic in the game that lets you do that. It doesn't exist. If you prepare everything first, it's supposed to attack first. It's supposed to hit first. It's how it goes. He's broken. There's no getting around this guy. Basically, the only thing you can do with this guy is get around him. I mean, you can't, like, you cannot outthink him. You cannot use your power attacks on him. You just have to, like, get up close and personal and fuck him up. Let's see. Fucking... He's... Sure, that's what I meant to do. What is man to do against such reckless lag?
胸躍る戦いだったぞ。
Alright, we're pausing the music too. And I hope we're getting less lag. Kill me.
この程度だったとはな。 修羅でもクロードでもない。ただの人だ。
What in the world, bro? What in the world? That thing always breaks their entire guard down. Where'd that come from? He engaged, you could see the lights glow. He did 3 special attacks in the time I was doing mine. Nope, kill me. See, one red hit and I'm dead. That's it. 1 and I'm down to next to 0.
修羅でもクロードでもない。ただの人だ。 幾千もの人を切ってきた。
What is man to do against such reckless lag, bro? What the fuck? Kill me. Putting it back on. This made no difference.
千もの人を切ってきた。甘美な思い出よ。
See, he turns the entire fight around with one hit. I cannot get hit. I get hit once, it's over. Alright. I think I found a way around our problem. He's wearing special armor. We're wearing the ghost set. Why am I wearing the ghost set to this kind of fight, you know? Doesn't make any sense. There we go. This armor is going to do what armor is supposed to do. It's going to allow me to take more than one hit. And that's the thing. Like, this guy is supposed to have like a demon-possessed armor. You're supposed to be fighting this at a point in the game where really you're still wearing this kind of armor. Plus, it's supposed to be like, the idea is that he's a Ronin who's like, he has his advantages that a samurai doesn't have. I have to use the advantages a samurai has. I need to use this kind of armor. Has it worked yet? No, but I think it will. See, that's the kind of bullshit that you can still pull. Random instances of me getting stabbed by the netcode. I totally blocked that, but okay. Even with a couple good blocks on there. It's no different than dodging around him. You're just not going to hit it enough. Has to be perfect. See, there's no choice. There's no backing out. I wanted to back out of that. No option for that, of course. Why would it let me make decisions of my own? That doesn't make any sense. This is Tsushima's game.
幾年ぶりに胸躍る戦いだったぞ。
Those are just normal strikes and I can't block them with Q. There's no reason for that kind of bullshit. If you want to make it a blue attack, make it a blue attack, and then I know I have to dodge it. If you tell me I can block it, I'm going to try and block it, but I can't. Like, he spun me around as I was trying to do a special attack on him. I wasn't trying to do anything. Why, game? Really wondering why he just let me take it or do that to him there. This stance though seemed to really help. I kind of picked up on the fact that I think it's the one he's using. Because see those kicks? Like those kicks don't exist in really any fighting style in this one. Is it enough? No. Night one is going pretty hard. They brought him home, but then go supplies. Yeah, thank you, Tina. I appreciate that. You let me know, but we're all aware. There's nothing that can be done about it, unfortunately. I'm sorry you've been having a rough night. Wish you the best with everything. We're still praying for y'all. I'm being just killed by bullshit over and over again. I've done nothing but die to this guy for about an hour now. But it's good to see you people. That's, you know, that's the plus side. Grateful to not be doing this alone. Oof, I'm sorry. Man, already need to outsource some help. I'll have to come up with some plans for that, hopefully in the future. I'll be more prepared for that. Yep, game just don't let me block. That's okay. I'm...
幾年ぶりに
That's...
夢を
that...
追う戦い
You
だっ
know,
たぞ
why would that be a function in the game? Six, 7 streak? Heck yeah. Or... Stream streak, yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, what in the world am I doing? I'm not even looking at the guy. My mouse is pointed forward. Everything... My mouse is like this. Mouse, everything's great. Everything's fine.
胸躍る戦いだったぞ
No, I'm not rezzing to fight that bullshit. I'm not starting with anything other than, you know, best advantage I can have. Oh, look, he's just starting coming on the... No, I'm not playing against that. Bro. Oh my goodness. Alright, alright, alright. We get a refund at least. See, the lag is so bad. I don't know where he's coming from. There's nothing I can do about that, bro. Nothing at all I can do about an invisible enemy. There's no amount. I rolled as far back as you could possibly fucking roll. There's nowhere for me to go. There's nowhere for me to go. And it wasn't that hard at the beginning of the fight. I can do so well. I was doing so much better than I did on other fights there. And it made no difference. His health bar was no lower at the end than it was at the beginning. Because it just comes up with some new bullshit trick. Pulls it out of the hat. This guy has. That doesn't make any sense. It sometimes breaks the game mechanics. Like, that's what the lag's being caused by. The amount of bullshit in this guy's code. Processing lunacy. Not this song again. Can't get rid of it now. Nothing I can do about that, of course. I don't want to make any sense. Huh? I suppose something I do have to take into account is the fact that he has so much, you know, so many blue strikes because I dodged them instead of blocking them. When you block them, they get refunded. I mean, when you dodge them, they get refunded. Why am I on the shield stance, bro? Why is this song back? I have 600 fucking songs in this playlist. Spotify is being stupid too. I didn't pay for Spotify Premium for the bullshit. There's no blocking with this kind of lag. Which means he's an infinite amount of those, you know? See, this is where we get every time. And then he does one of those. I try to block it. There's no blockability. I don't try to block it every time. So I've tried everything. I've tried dodging. I've tried fucking kissing this game's ass. I don't know what it wants from me. I need a second. We will be right back. Kill us, and then we'll be back.
幾年ぶりに胸躍る戦いだったぞ。
Stupid unblockable.
Shura でもクロードでもない。ただの人だ。この程度だったとはな。幾年ぶりに胸躍る戦いだったぞ。幾千もの人を切ってきた。俺の甘美な思い出よ。
Yes. See.
この程度だったとはな。 人を切ってきた。
We've not once like breached this part. That's not true. There were a couple times we got really low. Did I? I think I may have accidentally hit F. $600 is actually quite a long time, isn't it? I just want to point out, that was not deliberate, the amount of time. I just hit the timeout button. But, to answer your question, Todd, no, you cannot.
を切ってきた。俺の甘美な思い出よ。
Mods ban Todd. Emma, that's you. How is things going? How are things going for you over there? Go ahead. A lot going on here at the moment. It's going to give me quite a bit of trouble. We're, you know, we're dealing with them. That is Todd and this guy, of course. Yeah, I don't know if that's something like a precedent I set at some point, or like if it's just like the way a default is, but I feel kind of bad I timed him out for a full 10 minutes. I don't think there's a way to untime out either. That's okay. With my luck, I'll be doing, you know, I'll be doing the exact same thing 10 minutes from now. I've been doing for the past like hour and 15 minutes at this point. It's been a time. I hope Among Us has been a lot of fun. I don't know if you're still streaming or not, but I appreciate you stopping over for a second. Assuming you are probably just taking a break. And I will be over there soon. Basically, the plan is like to finish this up, do our halftime, which is now going to be like 3/4 time, and then kind of wind down from this in game to kind of get set up for whatever the next story arc is going to be. And then I'll be done for the night. Free to come hang out. I may as well like watch this on like my other monitor because it's so much brighter over there than it is. Like my main monitor is like twice as dark as this shows up for you guys, which I'm glad you guys get to see it. I don't really get to see the game. Nah. I'm a little bit more than a mod. You can handle Todd. I think I may just learn something about how this works. Yep, I learned how the blue works. Okay, that's cool. Well, after all this time, I know that that's the thing. It's not the, you know, I knew I can block it, but I was always trying to get the perfect timing. You just have to be blocking before they hit, and like holding it. It's a like hold block. That was always like a precise moment thing. Yes, Todd did get himself timed out. What the fuck? I jumped, bro.
かお前が俺を殺してくれるのか。幾年ぶりに胸躍る戦いだったぞ。この程度だったとはな。
Fudge. Welcome back, Todd. It's good to have you. You'll have to teach me how to make that not so long. I also asked you several times over... Okay, I guess that doesn't work. The block... You just can't... Can you just not block those, Todd? What is going on? Why is he able to do this tomfoolery? I didn't unmod you. You're modded. There's a star next to your name. Alright. After the bullshit I've been through. Wait, Emma unmodded you? I don't think so. I don't think mods can do that. I mean... It's Emma though, so if she, you know... Trust her judgment. Wait, no, it is possible. Actually, because honestly, I'm not convinced that it's possible for that to happen. But the star next to your name is the subscriber star. Oh, no, like if I click on you, you're a mod. I didn't unmod you. Yeah, you probably couldn't use a wall timed out. Such BS. Oh, it looks so cool, except I can't even see him after I do it. You think it's dark for you guys. It's darker on my screen than it is on your guys' screen. Substantially so. It is really unpleasant. Like I'm looking over at my OBS in order to see where the guy even is. Is that bad? She can. She'd have my support. She didn't do it, Todd. Just letting you know she could. I think her being able to and saying that she's able to, but not doing it is actually quite nice. Thank you, Emma. Hopefully this is going to be the time. Nope. Shouldn't have landed. I shouldn't have landed either, but I did. Game, catch up. Oh man, we're so close. That's true, Chad. Talk about crashing. What is this? I don't... They're simple strikes. There's nothing to it. You're just supposed to Q at the right time. There's... Like, I'm spamming Q. I shouldn't be able to be hit while I'm doing it. Those like are just meant to be like filler in the game, not something that can actually kill you. I have not played Elden Ring. I've seen people play it though. That's cool. How did things go for you, Emma? How are things with your stream? Are they still? Is it still going? Are things going okay? I would, you know, I would be keeping it up on my other monitor if it wasn't for, you know, how laggy this already is. This is with no one else's stream up. The parry block? I think so. I would love tips on this, Tina. Anything that you know, any bit of advice. That's, you know, we're trying to beat this guy together. It's not just me. I'd be interested sometime, Todd. At least owe you like 5 minutes of time after that excessive ban. Are you done? Your grandpa played this a couple times. She was saying to use the parry block more. What? I don't know what the parry block is. Like, I don't get how to do it. I'm grateful that you showed him what's going on with me. Yeah, I'm sorry, Todd. I was kind of lonely too. I missed you. It was too much. I'm sorry. Yeah, ask your grandpa how to parry block. I need advice from Tina's grandpa. Good. Well, if he beat it 4 to 5 times, you should have some advice. I would like to hear it. Granted, he's playing it on controller. I am not. So he probably has no idea how to parry block on this. And this, you know, what he's talking about can also not account for lag. Alright, I mean, I'm kind of following. Like, Todd's tried to explain the same thing to me before, but just like it doesn't. The game doesn't want to let me do that. I can only pull it off once in a million times, and trying, you know, doing that instead of just dodging is continually getting me killed, just like that. Like, I tried to parry block there, held down block button, tried to time it. Ask him, like, when I parry block, I'm holding it down while it's blue, right? And then after that, am I supposed, like, what is the... Do I let go when he swings? Is it like the standoffs? Ask him that. Ask him if it's like the stand. I was like, do you let go when they swing? Come on, come on, come on. Back away, back away, back away, back away, back away. Red is dodge. Yeah, I know that. You can't block blue, you have to parry them. What does parry mean? So I have to tap it right as he's swinging. Then what am I holding, though? I have to tap it right as he swings. What am I holding? Also tell him I said thank you. I think I'm trying. See right there, I tried. A couple times. All right, there we go. Thank you, Emma. I will absolutely make sure that I do that. I do gotta make sure to take care of myself. I did take one break already during this fight. I'm very grateful to have you out there watching out for me. It's important. You all gotta take care of each other when it comes to streaming. You all get carried away. Ah, see, look, there we go. It came down to my ability to hit that parry and nothing. The spondylolisthesis is kicking in. My left leg is all fuzzy. Oh man, I didn't. I hit the buttons. V and right click. It does the thing. I hit them. It didn't do the thing. We're A-okay. Yeah, Emmy's still streaming. Thank you so much for thinking to come over and do that while you're streaming. I am very grateful. Very grateful. All right, come on. Well, I was hitting V and right click, but I guess I'm glad I didn't after a while because I'd already broken his guard mostly. I think it's really just good. How the fuck do I not get... Okay, alright. I wanted to keep going. I hit C for the first time in my fucking life. Did I try to get back up, and it wouldn't let me because fucking the timing is so fucking gosh darn awful. It's a useless mechanic. It's a useless game. It does whatever the fuck it wants. I'm using the Clan Sakai armor. Yeah, the Samurai Clan armor reduces a lot of damage, but not as much as the Kai armor, especially not as upgraded as I have it. And I'm not using the Ghost armor. Why the fuck does that get to hit? Why the fuck does that get to hit? That makes no sense. I rolled out of the way. I rolled back. That makes no sense. He's able to jump that far forward. I missed what the game thing I just forgot after I dodged the first two. Jin just doesn't know what a dodge is anymore. After making it that long into his fucking career. I was gonna roll right into him. That sounds like a fantastic fucking idea. BB-8 his ass. Right as I got it down, he gets it right back up. Why are you not facing him, you dumbass? Why? Why in the world will you not turn the fuck around? You useless fucking cuck.
くお前が俺を殺してくれるのか。
That's what I get for trying to parry. There's no fucking way that why? It's always at the end too. There's no reason for it. It won't even register my space. My spacebar just doesn't. The game just doesn't care. Why is a game this intensive on controls have so little fucking sensitivity to what it is that you're trying to... Alright, fuck you. This is where the game starts its bullshit! Fuck! The lag. There's nothing... I don't know what it is about the end there. It just doesn't give a shit what I want to do. That was so infuriating. You can see it clicking its fucking little clanker-ass brain of how am I going to fucking cheat this guy out of winning at the very end. It makes no sense why he's able... He just moves like 10 times quicker than he did earlier. Times where he would have paused and then thought about his next move. Immediately, it was red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. The kind of stuff I'm doing right now, I cannot do that at the end of the fight. When he gets down that low, fucking, he becomes fucking a god. I should start just fucking castrating myself. I just changed literally... Oh my god. What just happened? Hold on. We're back. I don't know if you guys could even see me during that time. I was in... I did not know that it's possible to have desktop presets. Like, I just learned that today. I was on desktop preset 3. That's what my keyboard decided to do with these, you know, my key combinations. I'm on a different fucking screen. I went to a different dimension. What the fuck? What the fuck are you, you fucking demon piece of gosh darn trash? Go to hell. Fucking 13 strikes in a row. It's one thing, he does that big chain of normal strikes. He did it twice in a fucking row. That shouldn't be possible. I'm just gonna swing my sword 18 fucking times. No consequences, no stamina breach. I'm gonna come back a second later. I'm gonna have full fucking armored, you know, defense block. I'm just gonna be perfect. That is, here we go. Here's cheese. Home to Cheese Land. Grandpa's Cheese Barn over here. Update. He just had to make me really, really, really upset with him. I got one technique point for that, y'all. An hour and a half of my life. His cunning and deception. Let's see what the Kensei armor does. I did get that. That's true. What we really got is the pride of having done it. So there's a moderate, just barely, is a slight increase to resolve gain. Ghost weapons deal 15% more damage. Striking enemy with ghost can cause that enemy to deal 25% damage. Okay. Alright. Compared to... Alright, it has some perks. Yeah, I'm not going to use it though. But it's cool. It wanted me to wear it so badly, like it automatically changed everything. I don't want to wear your shit. Take it easy. Take it easy. Out of your wheels. You're crazy. Stand. Stand. That I did, Tina. So we found out the solution. The solution is I had to get really, really pissed. I was so mad. I just pushed him into a corner and beat the shit out of him like I was Darth Vader with my heart strikes. I didn't learn to block, nothing. I just fucking was relentless. I stopped thinking and just like swung. And I overpowered him eventually. Was hearing me rage? Heck yeah. I mean, I got past him. There was some strategy involved, of course. It was cool. I appreciate the advice on that stuff. Hopefully I can get better at it sometime. Doing the blue stuff, but it was really hard to do, and I realized I just had to like get in his face enough, and there's nothing he could do about it. Should it have worked? Probably not. It wasn't like I did that much. It wasn't like I didn't try that earlier. It just happened to work out this time. Which is the kind of unsatisfying thing about these games sometimes, is that it wasn't anything I did. It's just kind of the stars aligned in the right way. I was doing all the right things, but hey, it all came together. Honestly, I can't even remember it well enough to tell you what happened or how I did it because I was so just like red raged and just tired and burnt out at that point. But thankfully, we did it. Bless the Lord, and I will hydrate. Thank you. Well, we're going to go to our very late at this point, halftime. We're going to just talk for a minute, and then we will come back to Ghost of Tsushima for a little bit just to see where we're going next time. We're probably not even going to do another quest. Did you see me switch to an entirely different desktop? So many people live right now. Heck yeah, good for everyone. Emma's live. We got Eli and Jay. There's a lot of people that I've followed via Emma's chat. Some of them are live, I think. Actually, no, there's a lot of other people. People like, you know, big names like Burnt Peanut, XQC. A lot of them are suggested too. I'm actually following. I just wanted to, even though he's not live anymore, I told Jax I wanted to show off his stream. So let's see what we got. There we go. Here's Jackson. Happens. No, Todd, not tonight. I'm going to bed after stream. I mean, I'm gonna hang out in your chat. There's no, you're a mod, Todd. I click on your name right now. Let me bring this over here. The only option that I have, it's kind of hard for you to see, but if I click on your name, this is to unmod Todd. Click this button. You are modded. If you think you're not, then clearly it's a miracle, and God has decided that you deserve to not be a mod, and I am all, you know, I back him in that decision. God and Emma, either of them decided you don't deserve the modship. They have my support. All right. So all these are important. And we do have a different feast for today, other than the baptism of the Lord. Here we go. I'll play these three, and then I'll talk about the significance of all this as we go through. Alrighty. So, for those who do not know how the church divides the year, we have several seasons. So we have seasons of penance, things like Advent and Lent, seasons of celebration, stuff like the Easter season, the Christmas season, and we have a season called Ordinary Time. So Ordinary Time is essentially it's a time of action. I like that the priest what was I thinking? I want to make sure that it's much lower than me so you guys can hear me talking over them. Where's Brave? Can you even hear them? Oh, no, you can't. They caught it, so you couldn't hear Jackson either. Oops. Oh, well. You can hear the music. So you should be able to hear that now. I'm going to turn it down. Make it much lower than me.
Welcome to Saints and Feasts of the Catholic calendar, meeting the greatest men and women who have ever lived. January 13th, Saint Hilary, Bishop.
What was I thinking?
310, 67.
So, yes. I'll leave the music on because that's easier for you guys to follow. You can read if you want to. I like that the priest today started with a conversation about the Book of Mark. For a long time, it was thought that the Book of Mark was the last one written, but later research has found out that it is actually the first of the Gospels, which is, has something to do with why it is so short, why there are so many things not included. Is that he's really just getting the absolute essentials. But that's not really how we want to define the Gospel of Mark in terms of shortness and such. It is not, it's not about the size. It's about the meaning of the size. I think it's about the kind of character it portrays with the things that it includes, including in the things that it excludes. And I think the focus of the Gospel of Mark is largely this idea of Jesus as a man of action, which is what Ordinary Time is about. Ordinary Time, it is about doing things for the world. It is about taking that celebration, it's saying that self-improvement and that celebration that we got out of the season of penance and the season of celebration, and we're bringing that joy and that virtue into the world. And we are, out of gratitude, trying to spread that love and that fulfillment to other people. To the poor, to those who not yet know the love of God, to the sinner, to the outcast, so on and so forth, and by whatever means possible. Which, by the way, starting tomorrow, we're going to be doing a charity event again. So I did want to advertise that a little bit in advance. I know that there are loads of people who they already have kind of charities that they donate to, or they don't have a lot of money, or they've already kind of, spent their amount on Jacket Clubs via gifted subs and such. But we will be starting a charity goal. However long it takes, it'll be up there. It doesn't require us to start completely, but we'll give it at least a couple weeks before we move on to anything else. After that, we'll start a fundraiser. I know I mentioned it a long time ago. I never did it. It didn't feel right to be doing a sponsorship over the holidays. There's so much to talk about otherwise. I didn't want to detract from anything like that. So I decided to just kind of let it go once we missed the first deadline to kind of get it in before then because of my being on vacation. So we just kind of held back, and here we are. But the baptism of the Lord is kind of how we kick this thing off. So we'll let them finish talking about the Feast of St. Hilary, the bishop and doctor, who ends up being the first saint in ordinary time, the first feast day in ordinary time, following the feast of the baptism of our Lord. So we'll talk about him. We'll let them talk about him while I kind of clear my throat, drink this, watch the baptism of the Lord, and then we're kind of intrigued by that poem. So we'll see that too.
Welcome to Saints and Feasts of the Catholic Calendar.
I saw your picture, Todd. I'm gonna unmod you on my end and then mod you.
January 13th, Saint Hilary, Bishop and Doctor. 310 to
See if that
367.
works.
Patron saint of lawyers. A pagan discovers Christ, converts, and then suffers for him. Today's saint was born a pagan to pagans in a pagan city, but his broad and deep education brought him into contact with Holy Scripture, where he found the truth he did not know he was seeking. He became a Catholic through reading. He was to then spend his adult life defending Catholic truth with his pen.
Alright, that didn't work, so I'm gonna... Oh, it did? Gosh darn it! It didn't work on my end. It said you weren't a mod. Let me do it one more time. Hopefully this works.
Theological error. Saint Hilary was elected the Bishop of Poitiers, France, about 350. His learning and intelligence placed him at the center of the violent theological battles of the 4th century. The Council of Nicaea in 325 had left some theological definitions open to incorrect interpretation. A man named Arius caused immense confusion by just such misinterpretation. Arius argued that the words of the Nicene Creed meant that Jesus was less than God the Father, that Jesus had a beginning in time, and that Jesus was of like substance to the Father, not of the same substance. St. Hilary
had some fun conversation with Federal about this the other day.
To the more theologically mature theologians from Egypt, Asia Minor, and the Middle East, to see what a grave threat Arianism was. St. Hilary spent the better part of his adult life studying, writing, and arguing to ensure that the Nicene Creed was understood and adhered to throughout the Church. He was even sent into exile by the emperor for not conforming his views to Arian teachings. But he used his time in exile to read and write extensively, eventually becoming such a thorn in the side of the emperor that he restored Hilary to his diocese. St. Hilary went on to attend various synods of bishops in an effort to maintain the truth of the Nicene Creed against determined opposition at the highest levels. Hilary's life proves that good theology matters. Bad theology easily leads to bad worship, bad morality, and the decline of true Christian community. To disrupt or correct bad theology is to disrupt or correct bad community. And it is sometimes the obligation of the Church to break up false ideas of the Church, of marriage, of family, of government, etc. When certain things are built up, their opposites inevitably are broken up. St. Hilary knew all of this. He knew that bad theology was not just bad in and
Why
of
we're
itself,
wearing green, by the way. Ordinary time. Green is color.
Reality of the Church.
Of ordinary time.
When St. Hilary defended theological truth, he defended many other truths as well. St. Hilary, through reading and study, you came to love the truths of the Catholic faith. Your love then showed itself in your willingness to suffer for that truth. Help us to know, love, and serve God by knowing, loving, and serving the instrument of his truth on earth, the Catholic Church. Amen.
So green is kind of the color until we get to Lent. Obviously, there are other feast days and such. You know, martyrs are red, Mary is blue, so on and so forth. Other celebrations, virgins are white. But generally, we're in the ordinary time. And obviously, I'm not wearing, I'm not planning all my outfits around. I'm planning what I wear to church around that, but I'm not going to always wear to stream what the time is. But we did, we changed our guy back here, our little Jesus, to kind of a bluish color. It got a little bit charred around, but our little Jesus here is wearing, it's technically a blue sash. You couldn't find a green, but it's kind of our ordinary time Jesus is back here. Very excited to have him back out. Retired the yellow one. Granted, Candlemas is still a thing. There will be... Oh, God. I was on the right scene for that, right? Like, you guys heard all that? I just can't remember. I can't even remember. I'm not going back. I hope it worked. Oh, you guys can hear it. Discussion has audio capture Brave. So even if you couldn't see, you could hear it. Alright, we're good. But yeah, like, I'm wearing this because it's the first day of ordinary time.
Welcome to Saints and Feasts of the Catholic Calendar, meeting the greatest men and women who have ever lived. Sunday after January 6th, the baptism of the Lord. He humbly bowed his head as an example, not because he wasn't perfect. Who would not want a doctor who, before he cuts, lifts his shirt a little, shows his own scar, and says to the patient, "I had the same. It's gonna be all right." What soldier would not be just a little braver, stand a little taller, seeing medals for valor on his commander's uniform? We want our heroes, our leaders, and our guides to lead through personal example, to have been there, to have done that. And we want our Savior to do the same, to empathize, to participate, to identify, to accompany. Actions resonate more than words. Our sinless God became sin, in the words of St. Paul. Jesus identifies with sin, but never sinned. Jesus carries sin, but is not a sinner. Why? Because to become sin is to become man. In order for God to enter into human reality, he had to identify with all that sin entails. God wanted to stand with us shoulder to shoulder. He did not fake becoming man, but really became man. And if God came to forgive sins and sinners and to shed his blood for them on the cross, he had to bear the burden they bore, yet retain his perfection. This is why our sinless God was baptized on today's feast. God lays to the side his perfection and dignity and bows his head in the dirty waters of the Jordan River. He lined up with sinners to receive in humility what he did not need, to attend a school whose subjects he had mastered. Our God knew the value of empathy. He knew the power of example, and he knew that his ministry to mankind had to start not on a golden throne, but in the mud with other men, just trying to start again and again and again. The fullness of the Holy Trinity, first revealed subtly at the Annunciation, is present and spoken for at the Lord's baptism. The Holy Spirit, in the form of a dove, hovers. The voice of God the Father intones his favor over his Son, and the Son enters into the essential Christian pact with man. I will become like you so that you can become like me. Sins will be taken away through water and blood. I will suffer for your benefit. This is the promise, and the Church's priests will carry on the baptizing, forgiving, and consecrating until the sun sets for the last time. God comes to us most intensely through the sacraments. Jesus' actions prove this. O Lord, you are not remote. You know sin but are not a sinner. Help us to renew our baptism through a frequent reception of confession and the Holy Eucharist. By receiving one, we strengthen the others. By receiving you, we receive God himself. Amen.
I thought that was a pretty beautiful testament. To kind of expand upon what they were saying, I think that the most important elements of this kind of identity of Jesus is, what was I thinking? Is one, the fact that God wants men to become like him. And then number two is kind of this distinction between the Christian God becoming man and kind of avatars we see in other religions. I think one fun, cool thing as I saw over the weekend that I hadn't really thought about before, we look across the religions of the world, in many a place where there was no political, no social pressure, nothing came from above trying to force these people to integrate Christianity into their religion. Buddhism claims Jesus. Hinduism tries to claim Jesus. Islam tries to claim Jesus. In each of those religions, there is a character named Jesus, and he has a specific role. It's a little bit different than what it is in Christianity. But all of them assert that he existed, that he lived, and that he was important, and include his lessons within their own. In Islam, he's a prophet, the most powerful prophet, born of a virgin, so on and so forth. He worked many miracles. In Hinduism, he is a lesser deity. In Buddhism, he's a wise and enlightened one. When we look across, the pagan traditions and myths of the world to which Jesus came, there are many accounts of, or the ideas of the gods walking among mankind, appearing as men, but never as men. What Jesus did required something very different. It required something unique, and that is the reality of the Trinity. That is this idea of a two-nature God, of a three-person God. Dylan and I were talking this past weekend, Federal and I, about there's this idea of Jesus being kind of separated from the Father during his crucifixion. He's like, how is that possible? I'm like, well, the Holy Spirit withdrew from him. He's like, if he has the Holy Spirit, how is he God? It's like, well, that's Arianism. That's the idea that Jesus was God himself, but he was also man. He was a person with the character and the mind and the will, the heart of God, with the limitations of human flesh and of the human mind and of the human body. He faced the kind of temptations and struggles and pains and such that men experienced. He became fully man in such a way that he couldn't, bound by his own will, sure, but he wouldn't, whether you say would not or could not, it doesn't really matter when it comes to God, because all that, defines could for him is would. He would not leave. He chose to remain man, to die as man. And we know, and people there could see and witness the fact that he truly suffered. He was not a fake. He was not there to send a message and go home, to walk among men just to see what their pleasures in their life was like, but to truly be among them and to suffer as them. Also, in these terms of these sacraments, that he wanted us to be united to himself. He wanted us to see the way in which that we can become like God. That's why God came to sanctify humanity. Christianity is a religion in which God wants us to be with him, to be like him, not to be solely eternal worshipers, but eternal friends. Now, granted, there's also this, I do also want to point out that there's this third element that I think they touched on very well, which is the sacramental element. Excuse me. That there is such a thing as a form, that there is, this is the beginning of his ministry. This is the beginning of Jesus revealing the form of God, revealing the man of action, revealing what the actions that make a man like God. What does God do? What does union with God mean lived out? What are the virtues? What are these character traits? Who is this God? And part of the way in which that is signified is through these hard signs, these tangible rites that have always existed in the Abrahamic religions, and continue to this day. This idea of a structure for a baptism. Baptism is something that needs to happen. It is written around it as a type of story, it's an essential cutscene, basically. It is something that is so tangible to understanding who God is, how he loves you, how he desires to wash things away. That is an important way in which it is done, and the fact that it has to be done. And that so important to him that even if he didn't have to do it, even if he was someone who didn't have sin, it would be so valuable and beautiful that he wouldn't do it himself. And we're to understand all the sacraments this way, from confession to the Eucharist, baptism, confirmation, so on and so forth, the anointing of the sick. These things exist in a way because they reveal the heart of God in the same way certain paintings do more than others. I've always said before, there's a blend of truth between there being an objective kind of way in which things are communicated and a subjective. There is personal experience that applies to everything. There are some things that are going to hit more for certain groups of people than others, so on and so forth. But there are some tangible hard rules. There are some ways in which the world works. There are some things that are by design. Everyone sees red and feels certain things. And they're all the same things across all peoples, across all times and places. There is an inherent truth and a tangible truth to the way in which things are done, the way in which things are perceived. Baptism is one of them. So he leads us in that way. He starts his ministry by saying that there is a way, there is a truth, and there is a life, and he does it not through words, but through actions, and he does it in humility. This is a God who Jesus does not exalt himself. He does not show up and say, hey, everyone, I am God. He lets the way in which he conducted himself reveal that to them. God the Father, of course, this biblical mystery, goes above and beyond to make sure we don't miss what he is doing, and showing the fact that he is, he sends the Holy Spirit down, he lets people hear the voice of God. But in that moment, the lesson is that we convey love most powerfully through our deeds, and through our actions. So with that, we're going to watch our third video, and then we'll kind of be on our way back into the end of stream. Mods ban Todd. Todd is a mod again, Emma. Wait, it was you who banned that bot? I thought Automod bot got it. Oh, Wisebot banned it, but you also banned them. Oh, you removed ban and then banned them again. Hey, you still get credit for it. I appreciate you. Todd got unmodded, I think by you, and then remodded. But you can unmod him as many times as you like. I will be over your way soon. Really, we got like
A parade of holiness.
max 30 minutes
God trod alone
before I'm
without
done here.
occasion or distraction. No pilgrims stride aside unknown, spicing walk with conversation. Begins the soul's pace to God. On a road, sans names and faces. Hastening steps on a path unshod. A solemn
Mods
gaze
promote
silent
Emma.
faces. Yet to push the full plate away, gazing at a bounty untasted, bridling oneself from the freshest hay, renders creation wasted. So while the solitary track may aid the holy soul's survival, traveling without a pack rejects. It's the getting there, not the arrival. The church then offers each day to her faithful a holy companion to keep us from wandering away, travelers alone and abandoned. In this parade of holiness are saints with sweet-sounding names, falling from lips harmonious, or in one easy syllable like James. Other saints have clumsier handles, eluding grip by the tongue. All twisted knots and
I haven't heard this before. I'm just kind of interested. I saw this there. I like poetry.
Alas, tricked
think it's all
by
right.
mind. We think good.
I think it's recited by. I always know these videos are probably recited by AI. Maybe not. They get a lot of difficult
Oblivion surrendered.
pronunciations right.
An easy name clings to the brain, accessed quickly when requested. Yet names going against the grain lie dormant.
There may certainly be AI assistance with this stuff, but all the videos you watch, it feels like a human being.
Most quickly in line.
Haven't been at least like very hands-on.
It's smooth
Maybe AI
and
modified,
gracious, must
handwritten
twine.
draft.
Let us now weave and meander up and down our sacred year, where strange cognomes gerrymander and sting the tender ear. To courteously greet strangers, destined here to be friends, we must their multisyllabic dangers avoid, master, or amend. Plodding through January's gloom, we spy Gregory Nazianzen. Then a slave from Khartoum, a girl stolen by Muslim clansmen. That's warm Josephine Bakita, amid February's cold chills, whose journey from slavery to freedom the beating heart stills. Amid late March's Lenten days, Lima's Toribius of Mogrovejo, while April's resurrecting rays shine on a martyr known less so. Fidelis of Singmaringand, a Franciscan who, for preaching fearless, surrendered his one possession, life, heroic and peerless. In May's lengthening hours, the remote leper's soul friend, like Hawaii's flowers, Damien de Booster, bursted love to the end. With companions in Africa's east, a wicked chief their accuser, Charles Lawanga crowns this June feast, torched by an abuser. In steamy July, a Mohawk, honoring Sienna's ascetic so holy, face scarred by smallpox, and baptized Kateri, a lily bent lowly. In scorching August, an ancient bishop exiled, solid as a rock, Eusebius and Pacelli, finally reconciled, returned, aged, to his flock. As September days move on, martyrs for truth and Maria, Andrew Kim Taegon and companions, the pride of Korea. Working in October's golden glow, appears a Franciscan brother. Juan of Capistrano grace did so, harvesting one soul after another. Amid November's frosty nights, we mourn an Eastern victim. St. Josephat, no last rites, his skull split by the vindictive. In December's darkness, a monk vanished deep into the desert. Iconoclasts, Damascene debunked, wearing barely a hair shirt. And so, our merry group united. Its destination reaches. In spading faith with talk, delighted, not in heavy speeches. Conversing long with saints galore, we pierce religion's crust, burnishing gold through our rapport, what seemed before mere rust. That unknown day our long walk ends, traveling days are done. A sunlit basilica full of friends, bowing deep, a deathless sun. Stunned hearts at the sight will leap, as shafts divine beam like the sun. Toward reunion's sweet eyes aweep, our legs break from walk to run. Yet, over our shoulders we'll cry out, thanks to all those saints. Behind us now, singing songs devout, as we approach St. Peter's Gate. Banners waving exuberant cheer, seated high atop life's rich parade. They bathed us in grace, one full year. A sacred cavalcade, in virtue arrayed.
That was wonderful. I like that. Alrighty. Well, that is that. What was I thinking? Let's go back to Tsushima for a little bit. And yeah, I hope everyone has a wonderful ordinary time. We'll see you guys at that fundraiser tomorrow. I think we're going to do the American Heart Association or St. Jude. Probably St. Jude. That's the one where we've probably gotten the most for, so you guys seem to connect with the most. And so I would love to help out with that. And we got $500 last year, it said, for charity. We're going to aim to up that by a few hundred. Aim for like 750 maybe. Brum, 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 brum. Uh-oh. There we go. Kill the boss. I love the ghost form. Why did it save that clip? So, no! It won't let me take it? That's awful. I'm just trying to get stuff to upgrade gear. I killed a deer. Here, there's a hide of some sort for it. Fortunately not. Hey, everyone. This is heresy. The Emperor protects. I don't know why I keep saving clips, but you have some explaining to do, my friend. Understandable. To a degree. I think at that point, you know, you'd be martyred, but they're gonna kill other people than just you, maybe. But that also makes sense. Will do, Emma. This is basically the last conversation in the stream, and then I am wrapping it up, so I will absolutely hydrate. Thank you. Now, body's telling me it's time for a break. Oh my goodness, no! I was just saying fuck it, we ball. Basically, I know this is going to be a short thing. And we want to wipe the taste in my mouth out of that fight earlier. If it starts to seem like it's going to be a longer mission, then I'm backing out, but... Heck yeah. No, they truly are becoming friends, all these characters in Jin's life, not just associates or even like-minded individuals, not simply, bound through their situations, but also themselves eventually. Persons. So we did get some Kushi. Heck yeah. It's especially encouraging. Alright, I don't want these guys to get killed, so if they stealth in, I'll stealth in. If they charge in, I'm charging in. Ah, fudge. Okay, not off to a great start. That's okay. I'll wait to use the ghost form until we get up there. Cause some fear. And get up there and take care of it. There we go. That was a shot and a half. Lost my ghost form though. They didn't make it in time. All right. Hey, buddy. Look what I found. I know, right, Todd? Oh, they done fucked up, bro. Oh my goodness. And that's that. We will follow him, but we're gonna end it there for tonight. I want to get to Emma's stream. I want to start on a high note next time. I think that'll be fun. So we're gonna save it here. We will come back later. We're already a little bit farther than we wanted to. So good, but sad. Hey, I get it. We're all looking for that one, but keep your chin up. They're out there. We're all gonna make it, as the memes say, and as the memes are correct. We're all gonna make it. Damn, Todd. Maybe not Todd. Maybe Todd's just destined for failure. Who are you saying ain't wrong, Tina? Todd or I? If you take Todd's side, never swallow the black pill. I know it's hard. Man, that comes from a married man. I'm gonna send these receipts to your wife. I hate when people talk like that. I get it's a joke, but like, on the one hand, like there's good to each. It doesn't have to necessarily be a better. It's a better in a time and place and a time in your life and so on and so forth. Got you. You're not sad, Tina. We love you. You're certainly great here. I'm sure your kid appreciates everything you're doing. I'm sure they're going to grow up to appreciate more and more how much you've done for them and are doing for them. It's an awesome, it's a wonderful thing. They're a great joy in our lives and hopefully in your life. I hope Todd's family is a joy in his life. I know that there are struggles that come with all of that. But loneliness is what waits on the other side. You're never enough. And that's a good thing. People are awesome. They're worth hanging in there for, as tough as it can be. I'm certainly grateful for all of you. I had a great time tonight. I hope that everyone had a good time. What was I thinking? Come over here. What was I thinking? Yeah. And, maybe some of us don't make it, don't find that person. And that's A-okay. There is a joy to each form of life. Each has its strengths and weaknesses. Find peace. Find that joy. Don't worry about what could be or what isn't. Look at who you are today and what opportunities are presented in front of you. You're not designed to be fulfilled, to need things that you cannot have for your fulfillment. Find it above, find it in the people around you, find it in yourself. All of the above, not just any one. And you'll all make it in one way or another. Praise be Jesus. I hope everyone has a great night. I know I'm going to head over to Emma's stream myself. I don't know. I rated Emma not that long ago, so I think Jay is up next. I'll throw a raid his way if he's live. We'll see all who is live right now. We will throw out a raid here. But may God bless and keep us all. Bring us all into your eternal communion. And us to always have a great time here at Jack of Clubs. That's good at least. I'm glad, Tina, that they at least eventually came. I know that's hard. I know it's only going to get harder. There are loads of people in the medical field who just do not care about the people under their charge. It is a darn shame. They're just not thinking enough about it. Recognize, though, of course, that they are human too. They have their own lives, their own struggles. People make mistakes. And just do the best with what you can. And we're here for you, encourage you. At the end of the day, it's not about fixing the problems. Again, it's about not being alone in the problems. We love you. You got this. You're a boss. I'm sure you guys are going to do just fine. Do what you gotta do to be able to take the time. Yeah, you'll get the hang of it. Absolutely. You're not just going to get the hang of it. You're going to kill it. And it's going to give you time to spend with this person that's dear to you before you have to say goodbye. Hey, I can't use my legs half the day or half the time. What's that thing? I kid. But he's baseline, he's okay. Okay. Critical is in like critically going to die. This has been my assumption. Like he's going to die. It's not just like he's in extreme medical need. Yeah, because he's in hospice, right? So he is in critical condition, but like he's doing all right. We're all, in a sense, we're all in a critical condition. We're all going to pass eventually, but I'm glad he's doing okay at least. That's what's most important. Keep his chin up. Let us know if there's anything we can do to keep yours up there. Yeah. I'm rating Jay. We'll rate Emma another time. I really want to rate Emma because I never get to rate Emma because she's like never online the same time I am. But maybe I rate Emma. I rated her not that long ago. I gotta rate Jay soon, but Jay will probably be on tomorrow, and I'll also be on because we're probably gonna be streaming together, and he'll probably stream later than I will. So I will raid Emma tonight. She was here in chat more than Jay was, to be fair. Squeaky wheel. Squeaky wheel. And Emma is a mod. Jay is not a mod, as much as we love Jay. We love Emma just, a little bit more in a special way. I kid. Kind of. Really not, honestly. But just didn't sound quite right. Y'all know what I mean. Let's go send her that love. Thank you all so much for everything. I will see you all soon.